Uh, Dylan, hey man, thank you so much. Thank you for the lurk too, man. Hey, good to see you, bud. All right, so here we go. This is gonna be super chill, super casual. It's been a long time. It's like everything's working right. So let's pull the game up. And I got my guide. Let's see. I've got a new controller, or I'm using the PlayStation controller. Before I was using, oddly enough, a Sega controller. As crazy as that sounds, it's just a 2-button game. It was all right. This should be a lot more accurate. And what else? I really am grateful for the support. I've been streaming for the past 3 months or so on YouTube. And we reached 50 subscribers. We call them subscribers. And I said, hey, if I get 50, we'll do a magical vacation. By the way, let me know how things sound if the balance is good. If we get 50 subscribers, I'll do a magical vacation 80% tutorial. So we're gonna do that. But since I haven't played the game in a while, I want to just play through it slowly today. I don't know if I think we'll get through it, and should get through it. And this is kind of like a pre-tutorial tutorial. So I'm gonna like be looking at my guide, talking about what I'm doing. But I want the next one to be a little more clean because I'll probably have to end up editing it and throw in some graphics or some graphics, you know, some type and stuff in there, which is a pausing thing, this, that, and the other to make it like a proper tutorial. We'll see how it goes. I haven't done very many tutorials. I did like a Legend of Mana, a Dragon Percent tutorial like many years ago. We'll see how it goes. So I should probably turn on input display. Let's say view input, display input. I've got FPS up. I need to pull my guide up. Retro and Dylan in the house. Okay. You just hit A, new game. Save file for adventure. Up to now will be a race. That's fine. Is that all right? Yes. Amigo list. You don't really need to understand Amigo list for this run. Long story short, Amigo list is back when you could, you know, trade Pokemon with each other on your Game Boy Advance, and it's similar stuff. We're gonna play as the girl because she's strong in magic. I think is the, I believe that's the #1 reason we choose the girl, is her magic stat is higher, and this game is all magic. It's all magic. You know, name your person whoever you want. If you're going for world record, it may help you to choose a single character for a name. But I'm gonna just call myself L, I guess. Hitting start took me right to OK. Which element do you want to choose? There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oops. $13 elements plus black and white, dark and light. It's a little bit sensitive of a D-pad, so that's something that's good to know. There's beauty, there's blade, there's sound, stone, bug, wood, beast, water, electric, ancient, fire, wind, poison. Oh, I guess we already did those. Anyways, and then there's dark and light. Already, this is why I'm doing a Derust. Already, I forget what's strong to what, but there's a button we can press, and I'll show you guys once we get into the game, that shows you what's strong and weak to what. The reason we're going to choose Beast is... Did I put that in there? I know one reason we choose Beast. No, I know a couple of reasons. So one reason is Beast has a really cool AoE that's really strong called Powers United. Again, this is the English translation version. This game came out by Brownie Brown in, I've already forgotten, 2001, 2006, something like that. Japanese only. Okay? And it's an amazing game. But like many amazing JRPGs, the people in Europe and North America, they just missed out on this game. And it's gotten some resurgence in recent years. Mainly because a group of people, there's a Discord, I can share that. Let me go ahead and share that. This isn't a speedrun Discord. This is Magical Vacation and Magical Star Sign Community, I guess I'll call it, Discord. If you're a fan of the game or you want to learn more about it, join the Discord. I'm in there. Windsock is in there. He runs it basically with a few other people. Great resource. They have this thing called Kovopedia. It's basically a Wikipedia for these games. Basically the magical series of games. There's only 2 games, I believe. You know, they're very similar, but different in ways. And it has a particular world with memorable magic and items and vocabulary and enemies and stuff. It's very food oriented. You'll see what I mean when we start playing. Everybody's name is a food, something edible. Where was I getting at? I want a 10-page paper on the current speedrunning history of this game by the end of the day. Yes, sir. This is on Game Boy Advance. Star Sign is on DS, and we're learning the Star Sign any percent. That's another project that I'll return to after this tutorial. So we finished our casual Let's Play of Chrono Cross. That was awesome. We unlocked this tutorial, so I need to commit to that, and then I'll be full on Star Sign. The reason we choose Beast, there's an amazing area of effect. It's the final magic spell for Beast called Powers United. It uses up your whole party's magic points to create a massive explosion that does insane damage. And we'll get more into it, but there's this thing called combos that you couple with the AoE to do insane damage. Combos are calling spirits. Every time you call a spirit, I think it 3 times is, or it either doubles or 3 times is your magic. So if you call like 4 spirits, you can imagine the amount of damage you can do. Second reason we use Beast is because we utilize it for our magic grind. So what we want to do early on is learn Powers United. It's a little bit hard. Once you learn Powers United, you pretty much use Powers United on the bosses, and it's pretty easy. And because of the relationship between the elements, Beast is strong to water, and Blueberry is water. Blueberry is a character that you get early on. So by using, and I'll explain it when we get to it, but by using Beast, you can use Blueberry and our character, who's going to be Beast, to easily grind. It only takes, I can't even remember, less than an hour to learn all the beast magic. We'll get into it. So we're gonna select beast. I gotta remember it's BA now, not X circle. From playing Chrono Cross. I'm Furry the Beast Spirit. Beast magic does a lot of damage. Difficulty medium. Beats water. There it is. Beats water. Fears. What is that? Wood. Man, it's gonna take me a while to learn BA. And Inky. Inky is dark. Dark magic. Long story short, we can't learn dark magic very easily. Or light. But we will get access to light end of game through another character. It's pretty cool. Name L, gender female. She is stronger in magic. Element beast. Is this correct? Yes. You can't skip through this cutscene. You just gotta let it play. Feel free to read it. Anyways, how you guys doing? Hope you guys are having a great day. Had a kind of a stressful morning. Feels good to sit down and decompress. Do I still have... Oh, good. I don't have streaming soon up, do I? Yeah. We don't really care about the story right now. We could talk about it a little bit as we go through. But, like most JRPGs, we're children. And we're gonna save the world. That's the gist of it. Let's see. Some of my notes here say this run is based off a Japanese RTA. RTA means real-time attack. It's the way Japanese runners, they instead of calling it a speed run, they call it an RTA. You guys probably know that. Guno Kiwami 3 is a runner. I'm good. Learning Breath of Fire Dragon Quarter. Oh, you are? Dude, that's sweet. I did not know. I know that Infinite is grinding that a little bit, so you guys can chat about that. That's kind of cool. Guno Kiwami 3 has been incredibly generous to me. I reached out to them on Twitter. That I can only find them on Twitter and on a site, a Japanese-only YouTube-type site, and I've already forgotten the name of it. Nico Video. You guys might be familiar. I don't know how I came to know about this game. I didn't know about it till last year, and I joined the Discord and played it for the first time. And then I thought to myself, is there a speedrun? And there wasn't a speedrun page, so I created one. It turns out there was what I thought was only one speedrun. It was a Japanese speedrun by Guno Kiwami 3. And it was on Nico Video. They had an excellent tutorial, just incredible, but it's all in Japanese. So I used Google Translate to translate it. Thankfully, there was lots of graphics with text. And I translated it and created a guide. Let me share the guide with you guys. How do I do that? Share. That way you can follow along if you want. Anyone with the link can view. Copy link. Hopefully that works. Shouldn't need any privileges. Yeah, so kind of find out there wasn't one more Japanese speed run on Nico by another runner called Asura. So then I was like, oh wow, there's only two speedruns in the entire world of this game. And then a week or two ago, another Japanese runner dropped world record because Guna Kiwami used to have world record. The other runner, Asura, was a little bit behind that. And then this new runner crushed the previous world record by several minutes. I don't know, 6-7 minutes maybe. And played it on the Switch. You guys might know that if you have Nintendo, I can't keep track. It's not it's whatever on the Switch, and you can play old games. If you change over your Switch to the Japanese setting, to the Japanese to play the Switch in Japanese, you have access. You don't have access to it in English. It's crazy. You now have access to this game on the Switch. Legit. Pretty cool. They ran the game on the Switch, which I think runs slower. I was trying to test the speed. It just did a great job. A little bit different route. We're going to go with Guna Kiwami's route for now. At some point, I am going to look at that new world record and look at their route and what they did. But as a beginner runner, you can't go wrong learning this particular route, which is based off of the previous world record. In the guide, I've got color key for key items, location, items found or purchased, pizza. Pizza is a character that warps you around. We'll talk more about that. That's the blue. You got to give pizza 5 pine cones to create a warp point. We'll talk about pine cones. Purple is boss battles, and orange is important notes. Some battle notes. When an enemy performs a physical attack, there is a 5% chance that a spirit with the same element as the enemy will appear on the field. We'll learn more about that. We'll learn more about what calling spirits on the field do and the repercussions of all that. There's a flee calculation in this game. So running away. The flee calculation, Windsock helped me understand that. It's 20 plus a character's AGI stat. It's also affected by AGI buffs and debuffs. The calculation caps at 50, so the highest success rate is 70%. So even if you have really high agility, let's say that you have max agility, the best you'll ever get from running away is 70% chance. Some other notes there we could talk about. You want to try to avoid having characters in charge of firepower, quote unquote, fall as much as possible. We'll talk about that. That just means that in each battle, mostly early game, there's going to be characters that are going to deal the most damage in battle. You want to keep those guys alive. This whole game is about speed. No other stat really matters. It's all about speed. But the downside is that stats are random in this game. You acquire stats randomly. You're not when you level up, you're not guaranteed to get any particular stat. So if speed is really important, that kind of makes it hard. We're trying to hit certain speed stats by certain bosses, and so it can make it difficult. So there's these things called leaves in the game. They're little leaves on the ground. There's different ones. The ones we really care about are called jaggy leaves. Again, I'm playing the English translation, so the terms I'm using are based off the English. We'll talk about jaggy leaves, which increase speed. You just eat them. They increase speed. And where to get them throughout the game to increase your speed if your speed stats aren't going as planned. It's best if Mallow does not die in any battle, so she reaches speed quotas and MP quotas. Try to keep Mallow alive. That's the main character's real name, Mallow. I think it's Marsh and Mallow. Again, you can already see we got pistachio here. Kirsch is probably food related. I just don't know what it is. My name's Mallow. This green character hopping up and down, which is a wood element character, is pistachio, so very kind of cute, fun food names. Yeah, you need to reach speed stats for these bosses. The number, and I have a chart here that kind of explains a little bit of what Guna Kiwami came up with for meeting certain bosses. To avoid repeating conversations when mashing A, you could be mashing A a lot. You can hold the direction you'll be going afterwards on the D-pad. Doesn't work for every situation, but many. So what I was finding helpful was I'm mashing A through conversation. I'm going to be holding down during this conversation so that I don't accidentally repeat the conversation over. I know you guys understand what I'm talking about, but that's like a little tip. Well, if you ever finish your tutorial, I could jump in and get first place. Yes. My run is world record, but only because I'm the only runner on that English leaderboard. I want to do a Japanese run one day. It's going to take a lot of prep. It's not a great run. It's a decent run, and there's lots of room for improvement. Anybody could come in and beat me. So I'm blaming you for the fact that I'm not on the leaderboard. Very good. Yeah, we got to get you in here. So we'll get this tutorial going. So there's certain realms in this game. We're starting off in the light realm, I believe. Actually, I'm not even sure this is the light realm. So we need to circle back on that. Right now, we're at Will-O-Wisp Academy. This is a school of magic where you come to learn to craft and to hone your magic skills. And we're going to go on a vacation, so to speak, more like a field trip to a beach. So we've already done all these things. We're at the Will-O-Wisp Academy. We're going to mash A so you have control of your character. I'm holding down. These are some of these characters, actually all of these characters except for that robot up there. I can't remember what they're called. They're called a magic doll. The little orange and white dude above us is called a magic doll. We'll get there's several of those you can access in the game. But these are all characters that are going to be in the game. There's Blueberry going from top to bottom, left to right. Blueberry, Lemon, Candy, Kirsch, Pistachio, and Sesame. So I'm mashing A, I'm holding down. And you hold B to run. And you can angle your running. It's not cardinal only. So you will utilize that. You will hold down left, down right, up left, up right to cut corners. Very important. We'll save a lot of frames. So we're going to head upstairs after this. I'm still going to mash A. I'm holding down left. That's Latte. The robot. Or is that Mocha? Yeah, Latte. There's a similar robot in Star Citizen called Mocha, I believe. So I need to remember to hold B. First thing we're going to do is come in here. And I've already kind of forgotten what to do. We're going to get a compassion sticker. Stickers. You can put stickers on your party members. There's slots. Can't remember the max number of slots, but I'll show you guys when we equip it. They help you learn magic faster they help you in different ways. So compassion is love, or compassion is love. Compassion is like healing. So if we put on this compassion sticker, we'll gain 1 HP of, it's like a regen. We'll regen 1 point of HP every turn in battle, which early on is very helpful. Yeah, if you stick it on your body, you'll recover 1 HP each turn in battle. Open chest directly to the left of the sticker to obtain the bandana. The bandana is a piece of is a helmet, so that's going to boost defense. Second chest below bandana to obtain the wooden clogs. Oop, did the wrong one. Wooden clogs. I already forgot how to do everything. Hit start. I wonder if I can delete that. Oops. It's gonna take me a while to get used to using Game Boy Advance controls again. Hair clip. Toss. Get it out of our inventory so we're not confused. Oh, the other thing is, you're gonna want to like do everything you can to save frames. So like once we're all the way in here, I think you can just hit start, boom, and we're out. So you see how you could go into equipment and you could back all the way out with B. 1, 2, 3. It's faster to just hit start, boom. You save several button presses there. So I guess that's all we're grabbing. Leave, and we're going to the instrument room, is what I'm calling it. Just right over here. Got the treble clefs or bass clefs or whatever on the wall. We're gonna come over here, and as soon as you kind of get into place, it starts a cutscene. We're gonna talk to every character and recruit them. That's what's needed to advance. I'm holding forward as I'm mashing, right? I'm actually holding B and forward. Okay, we just recruited Olive. Recruit Arancia. I'm recruiting them in the order that Guno does. Cassis. Cassis is sword magic. And we're out. Then we're gonna leave. The other thing you can do is roll off of edges. It's just something you'll have to do to understand it. But you can kind of see if I can explain it. Let's mash through all this first. Lots of cutscenes. I should allow what's it called? Turbo in this game. I want to show you guys what I mean by rolling off of stuff. So, you see how it seems like you should just come down here in a cardinal direction way? What you can actually do is if I were to push right against this table, it rolls me around it. I don't know if you guys see that. And the same here. See how when I push up on this chair, it rolls me around it? You can utilize that to save frames. So you're going to want to utilize those angled, down left, down right, up left, up right type of stuff. As soon as we leave the academy, it's gonna be cutscenes for a while. And another thing you can do, these are little things, is you don't have to come all the way over to the center and exit the door. You can exit the door like right here. It'll roll you out. So it's all about saving frames. So we're getting on this magical school bus, which is driven by... So you got Biscotti, who is the principal of Will-O-Wisp Academy. And then there's a dude driving the bus. Miss Madeline is also like a principal. It's like the academy is run by Biscotti and Miss Madeline. Miss Madeline is a pretty key character. She's very powerful. Then you got Chocolate. Chocolate is rock. Not sure what Miss Madeline's element is. Probably light or something. We're going to receive the magic handbook. Doesn't really matter. But you receive it. You're just mashing A. You can see my input display at the top. We're going to get another cutscene of Ganache talking with Vanilla? Yeah, Vanilla. Vanilla is not a playable character, I don't think. Alright, Balsamico. So Balsamico is the character that drives you around in the Magic School Bus. The Magic School Bus will come in handy in the game. Its use is to, you need it to warp from realm to realm. And you won't always have access to it. Like, one of the reasons we don't have access to it at one point in time is that we're searching for all our characters. You gotta kind of search for all your characters before you get access to all of them. The game is gonna give you access to a few characters at a time. And also, at one point, the Magic School Bus breaks down or needs some repair. In order to warp you to the next realm, the Dark Realm. So that's a thing in the game. So here we are on a beach, and everybody's here, and we're like, yay, we're on a field trip. And the story is kind of weird. It's like there's rumors that when you go on this particular field trip to the beach, people disappear, that in the past, students have disappeared. There's a little bit of anxiety about that. So, we're gonna mash until Peach, or Peach, which is the pink character, the love character, she's the healer. She's the topmost character there, standing above Kirsch. She's gonna say, "You are awful people," and then we will be free to move. So really, I could hold up, because we're gonna be going up after this. I just need to remember to hold B as well. And then we're gonna head all the way east and talk to Sesame here, who's standing in front of a boulder. We're going to recruit Sesame. Are we mashing into all the way through? We just basically said yes. And if you just stand against the boulder and hit A, you'll kick the boulder out of the way. And then if we come over here, you'll get into an auto cutscene with Olive and Ganache in front of this cave. You can just hold right because you'll kind of roll around the edge of the cave, and then if you just, as soon as you roll, hold up or up right, you'll pop into the cave. You'll learn how to do that stuff. We're gonna the movement of this dwarf here is random, so you might run into him. You just have to, if you run into him, just run around him. But you're coming all the way up into the cave. You're going to go right. You see how I'm just rolling? Just assume you're going to roll off of things. So you can kind of turn right earlier than you might expect. And you're going to open this chest. But as soon as you open it, you get into your first battle. This is a poppet. And this is our first battle. So the way battle works is the first person to go is the person with the highest agility. So that means that Sesame has higher agility than Mallow right now. And Sesame's blinking, so you know it's their turn. Underneath the character is your health bar. Red is at the bottom of the left, and it means you're at low health. Green means you're at full health. And then you got everything in between. So it's a little bit hard sometimes because when you're fighting a boss, you won't see their HP and MP the way you're seeing ours. You'll just see their bar. So you kind of just have to guess kind of like how far away they are from death, right? You don't know unless you look it up on Kovopedia how much HP they actually have, but Poppet doesn't have very much. Now, something that's important to know is that Poppet is a beast element, and I am a beast element. So, beast against beast is weak, remember? And beast is strong against water. So, we're not going to do very much damage. In fact, I'm pretty sure when we attack this Poppet, we're going to do 1 damage. So Sesame's going to be the heavy lifter here. Sesame has 16 out of 16 HP, 23 out of 23 MP. Now, if you look in the bottom left corner of the screen, you can see that we have a menu to choose from for Sesame. So it starts on magic. If you hit right, or you can go left, but if you hit right, you got kick, which is your physical attack, which you don't use much in this game. You only use it when you have to. And it changes what it's called, but it's basically physical attack. I mean, I think sometimes it could be called punch, sometimes it could be called slap, depending on which character it is, but just know that right after magic is your physical, your melee. To the right of that is defend. You can kind of see a character kind of like in a defense mode, so that's defend. Right of that is escape, run away from battle. Right of that is items, right? So if you select any of these, it's not letting us select items, so we must not have any. And then if you if I were to select kick, you will then get to select who you want to kick. Right, we only have 1 option. And I'm going to back out of that. And so during this particular battle, so that's how battles work. Also, when you select, let's say I am going to do magic on this guy. Once I click on magic, it opens up your magic spells. And since we're so early in the game, everybody's on their first magic spell. There's 2 different level ups in this game. There's your basic level up that levels up like HP and stuff like that, and your stats like your speed and whatnot. And then there's your magic level up. There's 2 different animations, and I'll point them out. But as we there's basic levels and then there's magic levels. As you increase magic levels, you'll start learning new spells, right? So we're very early in the game, and we each only have 1 spell. So Sesame's basic spell, and Sesame is insect magic. So his basic spell is Locust Swarm, and that is the symbol for insect magic there to the left. And you can see that Locust Swarm costs 3 MP. So after we use this, Sesame will only have 20 MP. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to select Locust Swarm, and we're going to mash A. Now, you can also see that when I select an enemy, you can see their innate magic. So we now know that Poppet is Beast. Remember, I was saying that I'm Beast, Poppet's Beast, and we're not going to do very much damage to it. Meaning Mallow isn't going to do very much damage. So if you're ever wondering what a character is and you want to, like, fight the character with the best character, just know that you don't have to actually attack them. You can just select them first with a spell or a kick or something to see what they are. Here's another thing that's really important, is you can skip magical animations. Okay. So actually, I'm going to do a save. I'm going to do, let's see, file, save state. I'm going to do a save state here to show you guys something. So there's a save, quick save 1. So here's what happens if I don't skip the animation. I'm gonna also, because my next move will be Hawk Power, so I'm gonna do magic. Actually, I have 2 spells. I have Call Furry, and we'll talk more about that, but that's calling your beast. That's calling your spirit animal or whatever onto the field so you can do combos. It's red because I don't actually have any yet. I haven't collected any. So I do have 2 spells. So I'm forced to basically use Hawk Power because that's all we can do. And I'm not gonna... I believe it's holding L1. That's what I want to test. L1, if you hold L1 after you do this final action, it will skip the battle animation, thus skipping many frames throughout the game, saving you lots of time. But I want to show off the example, and the animations are actually really cool. So here's what it looks like with the animations. All right, we did 6 and 1. Okay, and then Poppet hit us and missed. Now, before I show you guys the skip, you saw 2 blue numbers appear on the characters at the end of the round. At the end of that round. Those are MP value regions. So you have innate magic healing in this game, regen. And as you level up and stuff, that increases. And I'll show you guys on the start screen which stat that is, and so that you're familiar with it. So let's reload it. Let's load 1. Okay. And this time I'm going to hold L1 so you guys can see what the skip looks like. Oops. Oh, that's the other thing before I do that. So if you hit L1, I'm going to have to redo everything now, but I just realized that I was going to show you guys this. If any time during the game or battle you're like, I'm confused, I can't remember what's strong to what's weak to what, just hit L1 and this chart appears. So you can see that at the bottom left you've got a little thing that shows you fears is on the left, beats is on the right. So if we go to beast, because this poppet is beast, you can see that it fears wood, and sticky is the name of the spirit, right? And then it's a beast, and its spirit animal is furry. This thing that's bouncing around, this bear with wings, is called furry. This bouncing like acorn is called sticky. So that's wood magic and beast magic. So we know that poppet is weak to wood, and that it is strong to water. Okay? And then you can go around and see all the different ones, right? So that chart applies to everything, except Inky. Inky's in the middle. Inky is strong to everything, basically, and weak to nothing except for light. And light is the spirit that's most north, right? It's right now it's hovering above the acorn, the sticky, and the insect spirit. Get its name. So something to know, because a lot of bosses are inky in this game, especially in game. So Inky is the dark spirit. Ganache is actually Inky, but we don't get access to Ganache throughout the game. Long story short. So if you're fighting Inkies, man, they're rough. They're only weak to light. It doesn't mean you can't beat them. It just means they're strong. They're strong. And then I don't really understand love. Love is out there too. I need to look that up. But love, the pink heart thing, love doesn't really have any attack spells. Like, Hetch is our healer in this game, and we use her a lot for healing. She doesn't attack at all. I mean, she can use a melee. Doesn't do much damage. But we basically utilize her to heal. You could kind of forget about the healing spell, the healing spirit for now, and just focus on these, right? Like, as you go through the game, just know that if you need to hit L1, you can quickly see what's strong and weak to what. And then just in this circle here. But just remember that Inky is strong to everything, weak to nothing except for light. And light is strong to everything, weak to nothing except for dark. Alright, so let's go ahead, and this time we're going to skip the animation so I can show you guys kind of what that looks like. And we're going to be doing that the whole game because it saves frames. So when you get into this battle, you're going to... Oops. When you get into this battle, you're going to press A on magic. You're going to do Locust Swarm. Then you're going to do magic, hawk power. And I'm going to hold... Oh, I guess it's not. Maybe it's R1. Try again. Huh. Or maybe you hold it after hitting A. No. Huh. This is why I'm doing a Derust. And I don't even have this in my notes, do I? Do you just hold A, maybe? Yeah, that's all you do is hold A. Cool. That's what it looks like to skip animations. You notice they didn't fly. No bugs came and flew over to the enemy. And I didn't fly over and do my attack. It's just boom. You just see the damage number above the enemy there. So that's a battle. That's our first battle. The money in this game is called Bura. So there you go. Money in this game is called Bura. And we didn't get any items. So it'll show things in this panel when you're done with your battle, the results. It'll show you stuff that you've won. When we level up, I'll show you guys what that looks like. Again, there's 2 level ups. There's like a basic level up, and then there's a magic level up. Alright, so remember we got into battle opening that chest. Turns out there were 6 pine cones in the chest, which is good, because we're going to need pine cones in this game. Mostly for Pizza. Again, Pizza is a character that's going to warp us, create warp points for us, and we can skip around and not have to walk everywhere. So anyways, you saw me reread that. That would be an area where you hold left so you don't do that. So now we're done. We're headed back. Yeah, we just walked right through that guy. Get into another cutscene with Petch. It's a really beautiful area. This beach, gorgeous. And here we are at a like a campfire. What do I say? Basically, you're gonna mash text through this. After Arancia leaves with Kirch, you'll head north. So what I'm going to do is hold left and mash A. Although, I'm actually going to hold up. Let's see if that works too. But Arancia isn't with us right now. So she's going to come over and talk to Kirsch, who's in the top right, sitting next to Madeline, Miss Madeline. And, okay, yeah, some people are moving out of the way, so I think I just hold up. I could just cut right through this campfire. And there we go. So we're going to come up here. We're going to go over here. We're going to go over here. And we got some more cutscenes. We got a lot of cutscenes. This is Ganache and Candy talking. Doesn't really matter what they're saying for purposes of the tutorial, but yeah, it's just little stuff. Candy bought Ganache a gift for his birthday or something, and something else, who knows. So, basically, when Ganache leaves, we can leave. We're going to head right back the way we came, through this door. And we're going to kind of cut down here and pick up this frog. Caught a green frog. Green frogs are important in this game for a lot of reasons. You can use them to heal if you're in dire straits before you have Patch as a healer. They have many other uses. We'll talk about it as we proceed. But we caught our first gummy frog. They're also called gummy frogs because there's multiple color ones. There's red, blue, and green. So as soon as he says that, we run back over here and you get an auto cutscene. And now some dangerous stuff's going to happen on the beach. There's these things called enigmas. They're also called pukas. If you get into battle with them, they're called a puka. But that's an enigma. All of a sudden, they appear on the beach. And everyone's like, whoa, what's going on? So you're going to leave that area. You're going to avoid these pukas. You don't want to get anywhere near them because you get into battle. So I'm actually going to come all the way over here. Because if I were to cut tighter in between that enigma and the fire, I would get into battle with it. Same thing here. I'm gonna stay away and hope that that enigma doesn't touch me. We're headed back up here for another cutscene. Man, all this talking. Got a water to dry my throat, to keep my throat from being dry. Yeah, so after this cutscene, I'm holding down. Holding the direction you're gonna go after conversations is really helpful because you have to, you just have to think less. It's like autopilot, where you're like, I don't need to care what they're saying and what the cue is to leave, because as soon as, as soon as humanly possible for me to move, I'm gonna move. So this is an auto cutscene, and as soon as this is over with, I'm holding right. I'm holding B and right, and mashing A. And you can see that up there, because I have my display, input display. So we're going to be picking up some coins after this cutscene. There's coins all over the world. And long story short, we need a certain number of specific coins for the very end dungeon. It's going to help us progress through the dungeon and be able to beat the game. They have different names, but basically they are the names of them relate to the elements, right? Maybe this is a good time for us to go into the start menu. So if you hit start, you get the menu on your left, you got members on your right. Right now it's just me, Mallow. You can see my HP and MP. At the bottom you can see the time and the money. This is members. This is items. Memo. Formation, which we'll talk about. Amigos, you can completely ignore. And I guess that's save. Yeah. I should probably be saving. I have some save states. So, but that's an old save. Obviously, you can see I got 3,000 era. Played for 3 hours. So formation can be moved around, and there's certain formations you want to be in throughout the game. We'll talk about that. I've got that noted in the guide. But basically, you hit A, and then you select the character you want to move, and you move them where you want. Just like that. Pretty straightforward. When you select them, you can see their level in HP MP. If you hit L and R, you can see their stats. But I'll show you another way to see their stats. This is Memo. You can see the spirits you've collected. We haven't collected any right now, but this is all the spirits, right? Fire, wind, dark, beauty, insect, rock, sound, sword, wood, beast, water, lightning, love, light. Oh, never mind. That's poison. This is dark. And then machine? I think it's machine. Ancient. My bad. Ancient. I say machine because they kind of are machines. The world map. You won't really use this spirits. You'll use this world map. Right now we're at the campgrounds, and this is like the only map where you can't... We're only going to be in this beach. You can see it's Valencia Beach Resort and Ricebird Village and Spa. We're only going to be in this beach at the very beginning of the game that we're in right now. We'll never come back to this beach. And there's no reason to warp around because there's no pizzas here. Once you do a pizza warp, it'll show up on the maps, and you can move around your wand here, your little feather, to move around, to warp around, right? So that's what that's all about. So you will come into the maps and warp around. And then these haven't been unlocked yet, because those are maps that we don't have yet. So this is probably light, dark, abyssal. Light realm, dark realm, abyssal realm maps that we haven't unlocked. All files. This is casual stuff, right? You're not going to need it. This is the magic notebook that you get. It's similar to other games where you can come in here. It's like an encyclopedia and you can learn about things. And then report card is something else that you don't need to worry about. Items you'll need to worry about. You've got recovery items. Right now we just have one green frog. Got equipment. Right now we got bandana, wooden clogs, and a compassion sticker. MD parts, that's magic doll parts. If you remember at the beginning of the game, I pointed out one of the magic dolls, what they look like. They all look the same. Then you got other items. Other items is going to be probably coins, pine cones, stuff like that. Excuse me. Man, all this talking. I'm going to have to get some cough drops or something. Members is one that's good to know about. We're going to select Mallow. You can see that her basic level is level 1. I'm calling it basic level because I don't know what else to call it. I'm just trying to differentiate it from magic level, which are different. So you get status. From here, you can see HP, MP, my species, my gender, my element. You can see the stats. If you hit select, you can see what these are, right? So this is attack, affects your physical attack only, okay? And it's like a muscled arm. You can see that we have our stat of 8 on our physical. This is our defensive stat. Affects physical damage taken, okay? It's important. Only physical. This is only physical strength or physical attack. This is only physical defense. This is our most important stat. It's a foot or a shoe. It's speed. Okay, it's agility. And it affects the turn order. So it depends. It's going to tell you who goes first. Very important. Heart is spirit. This is our magic defense. Okay? Very important. We won't think about it a lot, but it's important to know what it is, right? Like, it's just important to know. Just to know, keep it in the back of your head. And then MP. Oh, by the way. So, our spirit is 7. Right, so that's going to tell us, like, that stat tells us, like, how strong we are to magic attacks. This is what I was talking about. So, when you're in battle and you finish a turn, you'll always see some blue numbers appear above or on your character. That is your magic, innate magic regen. Okay? Because you need magic in this game to basically do anything. Like I said, you're not going to use melee attacks very often. You're going to do all your damage with magical attacks, magical spells. So, replenishing magic with items is kind of like really hard. You use what's called worms, and we'll get into that. There's yellow worms and red worms. I think there may be some other worms, but it's basically yellow and red worms. Yellow doesn't give you as much MP as red. But in addition to those, which are scarce, right, and you don't have unlimited, those are, what do you call them? I forget the term. You know, you use them up, and then you don't have any more. We're at 10% here. So this is another stat that can build as you progress, and we're at 10%. So that has to do with your innate magic regen percentage. This will tell you how much you're gonna get. So I guess we're gonna regen 10% of our total MP every round, right? Our total MP is 24. So 10% of 24 is what? 2 to 3. So we'll look at Mallow's regen, you know, one time and kind of like talk about that, but that's what that is, right? So you will also see, because we have a compassion sticker. The compassion sticker is a health regen. Okay? And every time you put one on, let's say you have one compassion sticker on. Well, at the end of your battle turn, you're going to see a green 1 pop up. Instead of blue, it's going to be green. Okay? It's not innate. Okay? You have to have a sticker on. So if you have one compassion sticker on, at the end of every battle turn, you're going to regen 1 point of HP. If you have 2 compassion stickers on, you're going to regen 2 points of HP. And they'll be colored green instead of blue. Okay? This is our equipment. This is where you actually equip stuff. We're not going to do it just yet because we do it in a certain order. But you can see that I have a bandana I could put on my head. And I have wooden clogs I could put on my feet. And like I said, well, I haven't mentioned this yet, but shoes usually increase speed. So you could see that our agility up there would go up to 9. You could tell because it's green. Right now it's. Oh, I didn't mean to put that on. Right now it's 8. If we put on the wooden clogs, we become 9. We become a little bit faster. If we and then helmet is probably defense. So if we put on the bandana, no, the bandana is also speed, or it is for this particular piece of armor. This is most definitely going to be defense. So that's important. We'll talk about that. These are your stickers. You got 3 stickers per piece of armor. So you got 15 possible stickers. I think I'm right there. So we'll talk about that once we equip it. This is your spells. So right now we just have Call Furry and Hawk Power. As we gain magic levels, we'll earn a spell here, 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 and here. And like I said, your final spell is Powers United. That's one of our early goals, is to learn that final spell. Learn all the spells. You learn them in order, so we'll learn this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, and then we'll finally learn our strongest magic spell. This is your magic level. We will check that at a certain point in the game. There's certain levels you're going to want to hit to learn certain spells. So we're beast level 2 right now. If you click it, it takes you into your spells again, but it also shows you this bar at the bottom. This particular experience bar is related to our magic level up, okay? Whereas if we go into status, this particular experience bar is your regular level, basic level. Again, not sure what to call it. I'm just trying to differentiate it from magic level. And then you get your profile. We'll get more into profile. It doesn't really matter until you start dealing with magic dolls. So that's everything in the start menu. We got that out of the way. I'm gonna hold B, go right, and as I was saying, we're gonna pick up coins. There are 7 Antiqua coins. Antiqua relates to this character here. Ancient and antiquated, you get it. It's the names are slightly different, but they relate. So the coin it's basically an ancient coin. Again, hitting start once you're in a menu, take you straight out of it without having to back out a bunch of times. So let's see if I remember where these are. I think there's one hidden right here. Guess not. You can kind of see them blinking. There's one. Maybe there is one here. That's one. Two. 3, 4, 5. I must have missed one. 6. Oh, there it is. 7. They're kind of hidden, but that's where they are. So I basically did them in order. It's like here, 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 here. You kind of come around like this. And then we're headed right back to the cave where we originally started. So you want to make sure you get 7 there. It's very important. If you go into items, other items, that's where the coins lie. So you can see that we have 7 and we're good. We're going to pop into this cave. Where Sesame's waiting on us. We're going to follow him. You could ignore that piece of paper on the ground, but if you're playing casually, I would read it. You're gonna talk to Sesame. Yes. You can hold right. And then you can actually talk to the portal right here or here. If you talk to the portal right here, if you're able to, that you save frames. And you kind of cut through the graphics. It's interesting. So that's how you finish the beach. That's the beach. I'm just mashing A because this is a cutscene. You're going to see worms for the first time. These holes in the ground. You're going to see a yellow worm pop out. If you can pick those up, they refill magic points. But they're kind of funky, wonky to deal with. You'll see what I mean. Okay. So now, like I said, I'm not 100% sure we were in the light realm, but I think we were with Valencia Beach. You kind of count Valencia Beach as its own, Will-O-Wisp and Valencia Beach as their own area. And now we've warped into the light realm. They drop you off here in Memoretto Forest. This is called Memoretto Forest. And the first thing we're going to do is come over here. And there's a beast element on the ground right there. It's a paw print. And they each have their own special graphic. You can actually hold up left and get them both. You can get the depoison tail there. And the beast spirit. This is important. You might want to go slow at first because you don't want to talk to it, or you don't want to have to reread this. But basically, you're going to say no. Oh, never mind.
You're going to say yes the first time and no the second time. It wants a green frog. Not every spirit wants something, but at least most of the time when you're trying to recruit a spirit, it's going to ask for something in return. Light spirits do not. That's one example. But this one wants a green frog, so we're going to say yes, we happen to have a green frog. I became friends with the furry, the beast spirit. Yay! Now, here's the important part. Read the spirit's explanation. No. Saves a ton of time, okay? This is a magic pot. This is a healing pot. Let's do a save state because I want to explain something. File. Okay. So if you talk to a healing pot, I'm filled with sweet rainwater. Go ahead, please drink as much as you want. It's free. I'm gonna say no. I'm pretty sure we're full health. Yeah, we're full health. And we're full health on magic as well. Okay, so healing pots are free. Magic pots, I believe, ask for a worm or a frog or something. You may drink my magic oil in exchange for 1 green frog. Okay? We don't even need magic, and we don't have any frogs. We're going to cancel. That's just something to know. We'll use those throughout the game. They're kind of here and there. Then you leave. You can immediately get into a cutscene with Pistachio. And an enigma shows up. It's our second battle. Gonna get into battle. We only have 1 spell, so we're just gonna spam that spell and hold A, remember, to skip animations. My notes say that it's gonna take 3 hawk powers. I'm just gonna hold A. It's magic though. I mean, it's beast. So we got it. I'm just thinking. You can go ahead and equip. Yeah. Can't remember what I decided to do. Guno equips everything right before the first boss. But if you equip everything before this battle, you might take less damage and not need to heal. Or not. It's hard to explain. I'll show you guys what I mean, because there's a risk of taking too much damage on the way to the boss, because running away is kind of difficult. It's not guaranteed. So, like right now, you can already see that we lost quite a bit of health. Okay. So, it makes me want to go back and do the menu early. The menu that we would do before Volcanera, which is the first boss coming up, would be to hit the start button, go to equipment, equip the helmet, equip the shoes, equip a compassion sticker. There it is. So you click on one of these, but then if you have multiple stickers, they would be underneath peel off sticker. You could select which one you want, and you got 3 slots there. You could remove a sticker if you put one on that you didn't mean to put on. So that's that. And then oh, that's what it is. Okay, let's start over. So that's why we don't equip there, but we can equip after the boss. Oh, I understand. So let's go ahead and redo this battle.
There's not much we can do here. We just have to fight this battle. And we won't... You're not going to die. Pretty sure. 90% sure you won't die. Just hold A. But it does remember... no, it didn't, did it? I wonder why. I was going to say... Last battle, it remembered our last spell used. This time, it didn't. So just make sure that if you're going to hold A, you make sure you select your spell, right? So you go into magic, and it's on Hawk Power. Huh. Hold A. 3. Miss. 3. Miss. This guy has 9 or 10. He has 9. Okay, we got a yellow worm. Okay. So I guess I would recommend as a new runner to go back and heal. It just depends, right? Like, last time we ended up with 8 HP. There's a lot of RNG in this game. This time he missed, so at least once, I forgot. So we only lost 4 HP, or 4 or 5 HP. 5 HP. That's not bad. But as a new runner, I might recommend coming back and healing. It's free. And you'll see why. But anyways, you can equip your stuff, but first you should grab these leaves. There's 2 leaves you want to grab. Actually, I don't know why. So Guno's run is not perfect. And they end up picking up leaves that they don't need a lot of times. But I'm pretty sure we do grab this holy leaf. Just because we need some extra stuff besides speed early on. So it's actually this leaf. That's our speed leaf. Then you may not be able to see it, but to the left of that leaf, there's a leaf hidden in the grass. We're going to skip that one, I believe, and grab this leaf, which should be holy. Yeah. Okay. Now, we can hit start if you want. Go to equipment, do a bandana, wooden clogs, compassion sticker, and then you can actually eat the leaf from here. You don't have to go into items. So, eat leaf for strength, eat leaf for speed, right? So strength is right here, so click on strength, you get 1 holy leaf, boom. Then you come down to, you could actually, I think you start off here. Where do you start off? You go to equipment, you start off at bandana. It's whatever you want to do. I haven't timed it, but you can go bandana, wooden clogs, compassion sticker, strength, speed, or you could go up here and do strength, speed, bandana, you know, whatever you think's fastest, because I haven't really timed it. I believe Guno did bandana, wooden clogs, compassion sticker, and then ate the leaves. So, but then this is speed, so click on speed, eat a jaggy leaf. Boom. We're a little bit faster, we're a little bit stronger physically. Like I said, you don't use melee a lot, but early game, you're just limited in what you can do, and sometimes you have to chip away at enemies with a melee, so, you know, I guess that's why we're eating the holy leaf. So now we're full health. We probably could have got away with not healing, but since this is a tutorial for beginners, it doesn't take very much time to just pop in there and heal. Now, we're going to move along, but I just want to explain encounters. So encounters of this game are kind of, it's kind of cool. Every time you make it to a new screen, you reset the counter. You reset the enemy threat encounter. So that means what you want to do in this game is try to make it from point A to point B as fast as possible, right? Using angles, rolling off of things, less frames, less steps, less chance you're going to get into an encounter. So if our movement is tight, it may not be as tight as it needs to be because I'm not doing like a real run. We should only get one encounter from here to the next screen. But we'll see what actually happens. But in my opinion, and it may change RNG, but in my opinion, as a new runner, it might be worth it, like I said, to go ahead and equip everything. You know, just to make sure. Because you'll see what I mean. Mostly when we get to this cave we're about to go in, the enemies get a little harder. You're going to take a little more damage. You might not be able to run away from battle. And, hey, Remus, welcome in. Is this a tutorial? This is just... So, it's been so long since I've played it, I'm doing like a pre-tutorial tutorial. I'm kind of like... This is a tutorial, but it's not going to be the one I edit and post, if that makes sense. At least I don't think it will be. We're just having fun today, remembering how to play the game, explaining everything we can. Welcome in, man. So yeah, you want to make it from point A to point B as fast as possible. The next step for us is to pick up a pine cone. If you look in our inventory, under other items, we have 6 pine cones. You need 5, I think, to talk to, I think I put it in the notes up here. Well, I don't see it, but, I think you need 5 pine cones to talk to Pizza. So you want to be collecting pine cones, because as soon as we, talk to, Pizza, we're going to be down to 1. So you come down here, you can kind of come at an angle, pick up this pine cone, and talk to Pistachio. Then we're going to get into our second battle of Memoretto Forest. I count this as the first boss split. I don't count the Enigma. I don't count the Poppet. So this is, in my opinion, the first boss. It's kind of like a mini boss. Really, Vulcanera is the first boss, but I count this as a split. I'm going to do a save state. We're going to save Pistachio. Now, Demise is also Beast. So, Pistachio is going to do the most damage. And this battle can go so many different ways. RNG is crazy in this game. But my notes say to do 4 turns of Hawk Power and Acorn. Okay. So, Magic, Acorn, A, Magic, Hawk Power, A. And it does remember where your cursor was. So that's good. So, you know, in a speed run, you would hit A down, well, it already remembered. But A, and then probably down, since it's our first time working with Pistachio, A, hold A. See, Pistachio did 8, we only did 1. And you see that green, we're getting that green regen now because we have the compassion sticker on. That was going pretty well. Okay, we got another pine cone. Yeah, this just makes me nervous. This first area. Just makes me nervous because And from here, guys, you can hit R1 to scroll through characters. You can see that we only lost 5 HP, and Pistachio got hit pretty hard with that 9, so he's at 8. So here's something else to think about. Pistachio dies often. We don't keep Pistachio in our party very long. He is like the fastest character, or one of the fastest, but he's just not very strong, at least in the speed run. And but here's the good thing: if Pistachio we just don't want to die on the way. Well, we just don't want both people to die on the way to Volcanera. Okay. But if someone dies in this game, not everybody, not a party wipe, but if one character dies, if you can make it through battle, when you go into start, that person will have 1 HP. Not every game is like this. Sometimes you have to throw a Phoenix down and raise someone and then heal them. In this game, if a party member is dead, but you finish the battle, they will be at 1 HP, which is really helpful. I can't remember. Yeah, there is some sort of Phoenix down in this game. I just can't remember at this point. Because we do raise dead characters. I think it's something that either an item or something Patch does. We'll get to it. But yeah, let's just make note that Pistachio is pretty low health. We're not quite as low. I'm going to do another save state. And we are going to pick up this chest. This is 3 yellow worms. We might get into an encounter like right here, or just right after. 3 yellow worms. Remember, those heal MP. We should get into an encounter right here. What do I say to do? 1 turn attack. So let's just hold A. It's stone. She should be dead right here. Nice. There's going to be a cutscene. And we should be able to make it to the next screen without any encounters. Yeah. So, just don't fool around in that area, right? Fight Enigma. Pick up the leaves. Equip your equipment then if you want. Pick up the pine cone. Fight the mice. Pick up the yellow worms. And jet straight to this next screen. And you should only get 1 encounter. Alright, so the next step is just to go talk to Pizza. There is a safety option. Okay, because I'm talking to new runners here. Do a save state. There is a safety option. You could come down here if you're worried about going through this cave. And you can get a free heal right here. But there's a little bit of conversation afterward, because the first time that every character has a special ability, and Pistachio's is that when you drink for the first time at a pot, I think it's the first time, you get 3 free green frogs. He's like, there were 3 green frogs in the bottom. Right? So that's kind of cool. You waste a little bit of time, but you're a little more careful. And now, you know, we got 19 out of 19 and 17 out of 17. So I don't know whether to reload the save or not. Show you guys some stuff. Let's do a second save state. And let's load that first save state. Let's say that you were just going hard for it. You would just come this way. There's no encounter. There is... yeah, there's encounters in here. You just want to be careful not to joke around. This is Pizza. He has, like, a blue hat. But, like, he's underground. So, like, you just talk to him and he pops out. Let's teleport. No matter where you are, I can pull you out of my silk hat like a rabbit. If you pay me 5 pine cones, I'll register this as a registered... as a warp spot. You can warp here no matter where you are.
To warp first, select all files. We already talked about this. And yes, we want to... The reason we want... so we don't register every warp point. We register specific ones in the speedrun. The main reason for registering this particular pizza is because in about an hour or less, we're going to come right back here and we're going to grind for Powers United. Okay? So we're going to go ahead and warp, create a warp point. We're going to give him 5 pine cones. We have 8. We'll have 3 left. And he's going to give us the map of light. So now we have the map of this area. So you remember I was telling you about the map and how you can warp around if you create pizza warp points. Well, we only have 1 warp point, but that's what it looks like. You just hover over it. You can see that underneath now at Forest Cave Entrance, if you roll over it, it says Forest Cave Entrance. So that's how you know you hit it, and you just hit A and say yes. Okay. So now we're gonna enter the cave. Say yes. There'll be a cutscene as soon as we go in. This is not actually Arancia, but we think it is. And I am going to do a save state. So we are going to jet to the right, east, as fast as we can, and as clean and tight as we can. And if you do it right, you shouldn't get any encounters. We are going to just do that, right? Just point A to point B, point A to point B. Once you get here, you're going to sneak down here and open this chest for 2 Ignis coins. Remember I said we're going to be picking up coins in this game. And then you should get at least 1 encounter on the way to the boss. Okay, so I'm going to take this encounter. We'll see what actually happens. If you can make it just a little bit farther, there is a HP and MP healing pots. I just noticed that Pistachio's MP is kind of low. Okay, we were very lucky. Those that you can get worse enemies. You could get bats and stuff. Okay, no, there's actually only a healing pot. So if you didn't equip all your stuff before, now's the time to do it. I have half of my MP. Pistachio's gonna kick. Just remember that, like, as soon as we start battle, we should get an MP regen. We'll be at 15. Yeah. We'll see how this goes. It's been a while. But we definitely want to heal. So normally, in most of my speedruns, I was coming in and I was doing my equipment, but I've already done it. And then I was healing. So the reason you want to keep things nice and tight is because if you weren't, you might get an extra encounter right before Volcanera. That would suck. But yeah, there we go again, getting 3 green frogs. So that's helpful. Alright, let's do another save state. And this is Volcanera, the first real boss. This boss has the potential to be kind of rough. I made a note in the guide that says if one of the enemies calls an Inky, Volcanera can hit Kirsch for 28. So have Pistachio throw a frog on him if his health is equal to or less than 28. Same thing can happen to Mallow.
But I have a list of things to do in this battle. And you don't have to change formation or anything, you just go right into battle. Okay. So the idea here, so these two characters on either side of the Enigma are not very susceptible to magic, but they're kind of susceptible to physical attack. So we're gonna kick these enemies, okay? So Pistachio is gonna go first because he's the fastest. And we're gonna go right and punch this right enemy. Then I go next. I'm gonna kick this right enemy. Arancia goes next. She's gonna do Spirit's Requiem on the boss. Kirsch is gonna kick the left enemy. And I'm gonna hold A. Let's see what happens. Okay, Kirsch missed, so that kind of sucks. And Mallow took a decent amount of damage. So I kind of want to heal Mallow. And then Pistachio was supposed to do Acorn to the center boss, but we're just going to have to wait. I'm going to kick this enemy and hope for the best. And then the thing is, this dude could call an Inky. So we really want to get this thing dead. So I'm not really sure what to do. The RNG makes it so that, like, there's so many different scenarios. But we could go ahead and Spirit Requiem this guy and then try a second kick on this guy. I keep getting hit hard. Okay. Whew. So that's good. So there's no chance of Inky being called now, I don't think. So that's good. So we just need to stay alive and pummel this dude. So let's see what happens since we made a save state. Let's go ahead and do Acorn. Hawk Power. He could do 11 on me. So, unfortunately, to play it safe, I need to do another green frog on Mallow. Or I could defend with Mallow. Let's just defend with Mallow. So let's Acorn, defend, Spirit's Requiem, and Kirsch is actually the strongest right now. Hot Grill. Oh, nice. So that's really good for us. So some of these attacks have a chance for a status element. And that's what just happened. The Enigma's asleep, so we can kind of just go for it this round and do big damage and not worry too much. For this round, we can get a lot of damage in. But now he's awake. Okay. So... It says Kirsch and Mallow need to stay alive. So, honestly, I'm going to heal Kirsch. Defend with Mallow. And then do magic with these guys. And it should kill him. Or close to it. And it's important to see when the boss goes. So that worked out. Let's reload it and see what other options we get. Because RNG is always changing. Because sometimes you can kill those side dudes. I wish I knew their name. Sometimes you can kill those guys with kicks on the first round. And the battle goes a lot faster. Also, we don't have unlimited green frogs, so... You could throw green frogs, but then you're using them up too. Alright, let's see what happens this time. So, punch, kick, Spirit's Requiem, kick. Now remember, Kirsch missed last time. Okay, dead. Yeah, critical. So that went a lot better. And Arancia doesn't need to stay alive, and so that was great. And now we can just go hard with magic. Okay, so he goes second. That's important to know. So let's go ahead and throw a green frog on Kirsch, and then just hold A. Just in case he gets hit hard. See, he would have died there. Cool. So there's a couple scenarios there for Volcanera. And then you just mash A and leave the cave. But that's a lot of this game, guys. RNG is going to be different every time you fight these bosses. So you just have to kind of adjust accordingly. And now we got the real Arancia on our team. And we got the Bestiary. Not that we need it. Okay, I am going to step away just for a minute, guys. So let me throw up a BRB. Sorry that took a little longer than expected, but I'm back. How's it going, RPG? We're doing a chill, casual derust of the speedrun because we're gonna do like a serious tutorial. I got a lot of cats to deal with now, let's just put it that way. Haha. Alright. So as soon as we leave this cave... Oh boy, we're gonna get an encounter. We are now in Oteran Village. Or we're almost there. You're gonna talk to this sticker pot. This is a pot. We're gonna say yes. And you want to talk to any side but the back side of this pot. The reason we're gonna talk to him is because we're gonna get a free sticker. Yeah, you learn magic quicker using the stickers as well, is one of the things he's mentioning. Okay, we got a free animal sticker. We're gonna use that on Mallow because she is the beast element spirit. So, after you say yes and receive the free animal sticker, talk to it again. Say no. And you get a free heal. And 3 green frogs, because Pistachio's in our party. And that's it. And you head into the village. So, once you're in the village, you're gonna head right. And right now that dude's in our way. But like, if you just head in and go right, you should avoid him like that. Should look like that. And you'll immediately get into a cutscene with Ganache. So just mash A. You're gonna hear some yelling off in the distance. And Ganache joins our party. As soon as he joins, you're gonna go left into this house and down these stairs. Mash A through this cutscene. Holding left. And just head up. You get into another cutscene where Kirsch is like down on the ground, the Enigma's like over him. And Ganache is gonna like destroy this monster or something. These enigmas want to fuse with you. They want you to fuse with them. So after this cutscene's over, you're gonna go north through this door. Hirsch joins the party. Now you have a more full party. 5. You got 5 out of 6 people. You're gonna open this chest here. Compassion sticker, and leave. And then leave the cave. Gonna head into here. This is called Chiffon House. And you're gonna speak to this guy. This is Chiffon. So, you're gonna hold down so that when you're done with the cutscene, you just leave. He basically says that he's gonna let you into this ruins, but we have to go sleep at the inn, and he'll help us tomorrow. I'm just holding down B and A, mashing A. And there's an inn over here. Talk to the tiramisu. Pay 5 bura. And it automatically walks you upstairs. You're gonna go to sleep. Music's great. You're gonna go leave and go back to Chiffon House, but there's gonna be a cutscene. I'm just holding left, B, and then mashing A a lot. And there's kind of an auto cutscene. You're just mashing A. And I'm gonna hold, like, I guess down left, B, and mash A. We're gonna get the feather. Just allows us entrance into the ruins. But Millie will leave before we have access to leave, so there will be a little type. Yeah, boom. Leave. We're gonna follow Millie. You can actually beat her out the door, so just hustle. You could beat her the whole way there. Like this. We're gonna pick up this pine cone though. And make the cutscene happen and stuff by going up. But before we enter the ruins, there's at least a chest, and there's like a pine cone and a chest we're gonna pick up. We grab a pine cone, and the chest has 2 wakey tails in it. That's what it is. So the wakey tails are the item that will raise you from the dead. Just stay around it, come over here, pick up this pine cone, pick up the 2 wakey tails, and then kind of hard, you roll off of it, but you just stand in front of it. You can actually access it from the other side, but that's all like once you get your first PB. So let's do a save state. We're gonna talk to Millie. Then we're gonna talk to this pot. And of course, since Pistachio's in our party, we're gonna get 3 Green Frogs. We're gonna heal our party. Okay. We're gonna immediately go into our menu. We're gonna go into Mallow's equipment and equip the beast sticker on the helmet. Boom, just like that. That's gonna help us learn magic faster. Then we're going to hit R a couple times to get to Ganache. Remove Ganache's clogs. Unequip. Go to Arancia, and she's gonna equip the clogs. Then we're gonna back out. Go into formation. Okay. There's a specific formation we want, alright? We want Ganache behind Pistachio. Okay, we want to protect him. Pistachio's probably gonna die in this battle, in this boss. Ganache is the strongest person in this party right now, so we want to protect him. He can just do magic from the back row. That's basically it. And you can just hit start to leave. So we are going to head east, northeast, and there's no random, there's no random encounters. There's these things called ancient machines. You can see them. I believe we're only going to fight 2 ancient machines. Sorry, I have the hiccups. We're going to fight 2 specific ones because they're going to give us things we really want. Okay? It's a random encounter, though. So, we're not actually fighting the machine. The machine kind of gives us random encounters. We're going to say yes. And this is a really easy one. Here's the thing. Is we need Mallow to reach level 2 by the boss. That's pretty much the most important thing. So we can just do a few magics. It'll die soon. Hold A to skip animations. And it's dead. And that is the pink. You notice pink? Pink is the regular level up, and blue is the magic level up. So I mentioned that earlier, that they would look differently. And so L reached level 2, and that's great. That's what we wanted. I mentioned that the stats are kind of random. I don't have these translated yet, so that's something I need to do. But you can see that we got 2 HP points, 3 MP points, and +1 to a couple of stats there. That's something pretty important I need to learn. So I can ask the Discord this. It might even be in Kovopedia. I'm gonna take a screen capture. Oops. I'm gonna say, translate stats. I might even be able to do that with Google Translate real quick. Let's just see if anything pops up.
image. How do we do image? Oh, here we go. Yeah, it didn't really translate that for me. So I'll have to ask somebody in the Discord. And we got a magic level up. Notice how that was blue? So now we have Beast Magic level 3. So we're good. And we got 3 Thunder Bombs. Those are going to come in later on another boss. Bombs are probably under... Not that you need this. Yeah, they're under other items. But when you throw them, you'll throw them from battle, so they'll just be in your inventory. Now we're going to continue this way. Talk to Millie, then follow her. Fight this ancient machine. I believe those are the only 2 we have to fight. And we're going to get light bombs or something. Sparkle bomb. They're called sparkle bombs. They're really powerful. Alright, these battles are really easy. Just going to hold A. You can get some rough ones here. And you might have to use frogs. Antiqua coin. So we got an Antiqua coin as well. 3 sparkle bombs. Sparkle bombs are amazing. Okay, from here, I think we go north. Let me double check. No, we're going south. I don't think we need to heal just yet. Everybody's health is really good. In fact, we don't even need to heal. But we're going to go north. No, we're not. South. I went the wrong way. So from the ancient machine, you go south. Where Millie's going to be here. Try to bypass her. And you're going to follow this route here. Keep talking to Millie. And you're going to open this chest. 5 pine cones. I want to say that I've run into a situation where I didn't reach level 2 and I didn't know what to do. At this point, I would probably reset. But you could also fight this ancient machine right here and hope to reach level 2. Kind of risky, though, because you don't know what battle you're going to get. And now this is the next boss. Okay? So at this point, you'd want to go into your start menu and make sure everybody's good. In my notes, I say heal any party members needed. Yeah. Yeah, I put if Mallow isn't level 2, fight the Saints Machine and heal here instead. Proceed to the boss. I don't know whether I need to heal MP. I think I'll be okay. And we do have some, like if you go to MP, we do have some worms. So I'm just going to do a save state. We're going to fight this boss. Snow Hare. Kind of have to talk to Millie for a second and then be holding up because you'll have the chance to move and then mash A again. Alright, this is Snow Hare. Snow Hare has 2 humming winds flanking it, right? And then it has this other enemy behind it. I don't know what it's called. But the strategy is to kill the humming winds first. They're horrible. I think they can paralyze you. I'm not 100% sure, but they're nasty. I put Curse needs magic level 4 after this boss. Try to save at least one Wakey Tail for the next boss. Keep an eye out for Wind Spirit being called. So, Wakey Tails are kind of rare, at least right now. And they're like Phoenix Downs. And you might have to use one. The most important thing is to keep Mallow alive. You want to keep Kirsch alive. And you want to keep Ganache alive long enough to deal a lot of damage. Okay. We're not going to have Ganache in our party after this, I don't think. And you're not going to ever get him again. So it doesn't... So like I said, you just want Ganache. Ganache is going to be the strongest character in this battle. So you want him alive long enough to, like, get Snowhair way down in health. But Pistachio's going to die. If Arancia dies, it's not a huge deal. So our first order of business is to... is to get rid of these humming winds. So I'm going to do Acorn on the right humming wind. I'm going to have Mallow do Hawk Power on the rightmost humming wind. I'm going to have Arancia do Spirit's Requiem on this one. Okay, and these guys are wind. There is a possibility for them to call a Wind Spirit, which really sucks. And... you know, there's combos. I'm kind of waiting. I don't have any spirits to show off right now, but if they were to call a humming wind, you'll get to see what a combo is like, and it sucks. It multiplies damage, so we're hoping not to get one. But at the same time, we've made a save state, so if we see that, you'll get to see what that means, and then we can reset. And then Ganache is going to kill the backmost enemy and is going to one-shot it. And Kirsch is going to do Hot Grill on this enemy. And there'll likely be one humming wind left. Again, Kirsch and Ganache are going to do the most damage in this battle. Let's see what happens. Okay, Mallow's dead, which sucks. But we can bring her back. Okay, that really sucks. So we know Pistachio's gonna die. We don't need to worry about bringing him back to life, and we don't need to worry about healing him. So let's use one of our Wakey Tails, which we don't want to do. Meaning, it's not the most ideal. But we have to have Mallow back. So we're gonna bring Mallow back. And then we're going to normally, thankfully one of the humming winds died. We need to make sure that this second humming wind dies. Yeah, they can paralyze you. Yeah, you can get into a situation where Pistachio and Arancia die in the first round. Just try to keep Mallow, Kirsch, and Ganache alive while you finish off the humming winds. Kirsch and Ganache do the most damage. Yeah. Right, yeah. This kind of sucks. I'm going to also throw a green frog onto Mallow because she's going to be low health. Okay. And I'm going to do Mahote. We're just going to throw magic at this humming wind and hope it dies. Up, it called a spirit. So now you guys are going to get to see. Look at that. Dead. Okay. Ranci's going to stay dead. But yeah, I hit him for 34, so that's pretty high early in the game. And that's because, again, those spirits create combos. They multiply the magic that is cast.
So honestly, at this point, everybody's health is good enough. I'm not worried about Pistachio dying. So he's gonna throw Acorn. I'm gonna do Hawk Power, Mahote, and Hot Grill and see what damage happens. Again, I'm not doing very much damage. And it's wild that I still have 4 people alive. We're gonna heal Kirsch. Okay. Just to be safe. Because we have a little ways to go. You can see that Humming Wind isn't... We haven't done that much damage. And then we're just gonna keep at it. Okay. Now I'm not worried about Ganache. These are things you'll learn. You'll learn, like, how much damage the boss can do. That was 9. Ganache has 43. We're not worried. Okay, we knew Pistachio would die. Okay, we're good. Let's just hold A again, I think. I want to make sure I don't do something wrong. But now, he's in the front row, right? Even still, we're not worried. We're doing really good. If we die in this next round, I'm just going to hold A. You're really just worried if a spirit is called. And we got him. That's pretty good. That's what happened in the Guno's RTA. And he reached level 4 like we wanted, so that's really good. And he got a magic level up. Let's go. We're gonna mash A through this cutscene. Gonna hold kind of left. Yeah, I'm gonna hold left, down left. And B. You'll do that a lot. We're just trying to get through this cutscene and then move the character as fast as possible afterwards. It kind of looks like after Kirsch talks, you move. And you want to avoid... So, do you guys see this fish right here? These fish are really annoying. I can't remember what they're called, but if you bump into them, they ask you for money. If you say no, they keep asking for money. You can't get away from them without giving them money, or something like that. So, you want to avoid them at all costs. Like I've mentioned, each character has a special ability. I believe it's Lemon that can make those fish disappear, so if you bump into them, they're never a worry. But we don't have Lemon in our party right now, and it takes time out of your run. So just avoid that fish and talk to this ruin here. Just, boom. Just get out of there as quick as possible. Now we're in Ricebird Plains. Okay. There's Balsamico, there's the Magic Bus. There's 3 new characters that we don't know yet. And then we appear here. And so you just want to hold down, down right. Yep. So a little thing here, you want to come this way. You want to avoid this tile here. We're about to get into to talk to people. Like one more tile and it's going to start a cutscene. To be optimal, come up here and do it. Because if you start the conversation there, you block one of the characters and it wastes time. You just mash through this cutscene. Cool. And you talk to the magic bus. So, the early part of the game is you trying to get all these characters that have kind of been dispersed. After the Enigmas attacked you on the beach, right? So, he's talking about he saw Petch, Lemon, and Blueberry somewhere. And we're asking about Candy. We ran into Ganache and Kirsch, etc. So our next goal is to get Lemon and Blueberry and Petch. And it says they're not going back until we find Latte, so we got to get Latte as well. But we're trying to get to the Dark Realm. Right now we're in the Light Realm, but you can't get to the Dark Realm until you get Latte, and then you get Latte fixed up so he can power up the magic bus. So that's kind of our goal right now. So we can't use this magic bus right now. Okay. As a new runner, we're kind of low on health right now. As an advanced runner, you just go. Oops, I did not mean to do that. Fine, though. But I would consider just... Doesn't take very long. Talk to the bus and rest. Because this next part's really hard. You'll see what I mean. Do a save state. And we're going to go up to this next area. This is a green tea village, okay? You're going to go to the top right, home, up here. I've even thought about, you can even buy an extra Wakey Tail if you think you need it. You have just enough money. Sometimes you have to sell something too. It's risky. I've run into issues with money later for doing that, so like, I don't know what to tell you guys. This game is hard. But we're just gonna try to do everything with one Wakey Tail. But you pop in here, and you talk to this guy. Say yes. You need the key, the palace key to get into the palace. He gives it to you. There's some cutscenes. We're gonna go up those stairs that they just came down. Music is great. Graphics are great. Okay. So this is where I would hold down right. So you don't accidentally talk to Gatao again. Yep. Oops, I didn't mean to leave. Go up the stairs. There's a coin right here you want. Decor coin. And then leave. Okay. We're gonna exit south and go to Cold Honey Palace. There's some stuff we're gonna pick up along the way. Okay, I'm gonna do a save state. This is kind of a hard part. What is save state? Shift plus F1. So we want to pick up a decor coin, a jaggy leaf, and an antiqua coin. But it's been a while. Okay? So you go south. This is the coin. Decor. Now we need a jaggy leaf. It's on the next screen. I don't think it's this one. We're skipping the first leaf. We're looking for another leaf. This one. Jaggy. That's speed. And then there's an Antiqua coin coming up. On the next screen. There it is right there. So you want all of those. Do another save state. Okay. You're gonna probably get an encounter right here. If you're lucky, you won't. Alright. So, man, this section is so hard for me. I don't know what to say. I think the runner said to take battles if you think you can beat them, otherwise try to run away. That's the best advice I have too. This rock character on the left is kind of difficult. We'll see what we can do. Okay. We're about to heal. If we could just make it through this battle, there's a healing pot, right? So, Acorn, I'm gonna kill this guy first. More dangerous, I think. And Arancia usually does a status element on those dudes, if I recall. Didn't look like she got it this time, but most of the time it happens. Cool. So that's a little bit extra stats for us. How are we looking? We're about to level up. Arancia's about to level up. Pistachio's about to level up. And then... we're most of the way there. Can't hit R there, unfortunately. He just leveled up. He's about halfway. So anyways. And then this is Cold Honey Palace. Okay. This is an important part. So this is a... it's like a rat. I'm trying to remember the name of these guys. See if I wrote a note. Suri. Suri or Surus. This guy is going to follow us as soon as we step foot in the palace. And he is fast. And there's some chests we need to pick up. If we aren't super fast and accurate and pick up those chests really quick, he will pick them up first. And it will be rip run for us, I believe. Okay? So, because one of the chests has 500 bucks in it, and one of them has the cleats, and then one of them has a silver ring. Although, I want to say we picked up a silver ring, but maybe we need two. Yeah, we have a silver ring. Maybe we need two. Either way, guys, I'm telling you. I usually do a safety save here. So, we're not talking to him now. We're going to talk to Pizza. Because after the boss battle, we're going to warp out of here. 5 pine cones. How many do we have? 12. Got 7 left. Did I do it? Yeah, good. And then I'm going to heal. And we got 3 extra green frogs. How many frogs do we have? Got 8. Okay. Alright. Let's do a save state. As a new runner, I would save here. And let's see if we can get this the first try. Hurry as fast as you can. The first right chest is going to be money. And then we want to grab both of the next chests. The right one first and then the left one. Only because that's what the runner did. So I don't know the reasoning behind that. But let's see if we can do it. So right and then right, left. Okay, immediately get into battle. I would run away from this battle, personally. So you just go left twice. Hold A. And it may not work out for us. Anyways, that pink thing in the back, I think, only dies to physical. And we escaped, wow. And we need to hurry. Pick up the Bura. Fleets. Silverine, we got it. Woof. Okay. Now, there's a certain pattern, a way to get through here, and it's been a minute, so... You come up here, you go left. Go like this. We're gonna get into another battle around here. Okay. We've fought this battle before. We could try again. Okay, there's that status element I was telling you guys about. Rancy's dead, but that's fine. Okay. We made it through that battle. Statue gotta level up. So what? We gotta level up. Yay! Statue got a magic level up. Okay. So we're gonna keep going. Like this. This path. Should be able to get away with only those encounters. Oh, we got one more. Oh, that's really bad. So we may have to reset. Escape. Gotta learn the fastest way to go. Escape. We pray for an escape. We might die here, though. Oh, we escaped. Wow. Huge. Okay. And we enter the palace. Alright, let's do a save state. Let's do number 2. Okay. The first thing you want to do is come through here and pick up this coin. This is an decor coin. And then we're going to get a free heal in a minute. So, hold up and mash A. You only want to talk to this guy one time. You're gonna say yes. Full heal. And then be on your way. And of course we get into another battle. This is bad. And I would escape. No idea what's gonna happen though. Bad. Oh wow. So lucky that we escaped. And then we're gonna recruit Petch. And then we're gonna do a menu. Oh, you challenged Infinite. I just saw that, Retro. Cool. I can't wait to watch that race. So just mash through this cutscene with Patch. Patch joined the party. That's your cue to hit the start button. So, you're gonna go to members, Mallow, equipment, then go to Arancia, which is to your left twice. I should type this stuff in. Unequip wooden clogs. Patch is going to get the silver ring. See that it raises her couple of stats there, namely agility. Okay. Perch is going to equip silver ring and the wooden clogs. And we don't care about formation, so that should be it. We're headed this way. Then this way. And you shouldn't get any encounters if you're smooth like this. Now, once we get here, we're going to heal with the magic pot. Because we have... because our... by the way, if you hit R button here, you could quickly see everybody's stats. I guess because we got into that dang encounter, which you don't want. I only got that probably because my movement wasn't great. Everybody's health should be full right now, so it's kind of annoying. So I'm probably gonna have to eat some frogs I don't want to eat. And then all you'd have to do is fill magic, which honestly, magic isn't even that bad. But there isn't a healing pot here. Oh, there is. This isn't a healing pot, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. That sucks. So normally your health will be full here. That really sucks. Actually, all you gotta do is from the status screen. I guess you gotta come in here like... And now we're down to 6 frogs. That sucks. But we're gonna... We should get some more later. Normally your health will be fine here and you just heal magic. And because we have Kirsch in our party, his secret ability... Or special ability is to get some worms when you heal at the magic pot. So that's what we're gonna do now. But we gotta give it a green frog, don't we? This is bad. We may need to reload a save. And you get 2 worms. Let's do that, and then it's time for the boss. I don't guess we'd mess with formation. Yeah. So this is Dab Hasnell. Boss can be kind of rough. Getting a little low on time. I've got about another hour. It's taking a little longer than I thought, but it's fine. This isn't the actual tutorial. This is me practicing. But I do have to go to the bathroom before we fight this boss. Anyways, there's some cutscenes before. Just say yes. Gonna auto walk you up here. You're gonna see Blueberry. You notice that we don't see Lemon yet, but we do have Blueberry. Slowly getting the party together. We'll see Lemon in a little bit. So we got a few enigmas coming out at us. Sunny kills one of them for us. And then his group fights this other enigma, so we're just left with this enigma. Alright.
So I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Alright, we're back. Yeah, this battle's rough. See what happens. So this is Dab Hasnall. The first round we're gonna do like some scripted stuff. The remaining rounds are kind of like, and this is the way a lot of the fights are. You do like a specific first round thing, and then kind of wait and see what everybody does. And it can kind of vary depending on what happens. But for the first round, you're gonna Sparkle Bomb. Remember, we got those Sparkle Bombs in the ruins? They're so powerful. And remember how I showed you guys wow. Yeah, so it looks like you can't tell what an enemy's magic spirit is unless you're using magic. That's because I'm using kick. Of course, kick, you can't kick. That's another thing I forgot to mention. You can't use melee from the back row, I don't think. Maybe you can. I guess we're about to find out. But for whatever reason, it's not showing that. So let's first just do what she's supposed to do, which is Sparkle Bombs. You want, when you throw bombs, you want to have like a higher magic stat, so she must have a better magic stat. So you go to items, okay? Oops. And if you tap down, you could get there, but you could get there faster by just hitting the right on the D-pad. 1, 2, 3, instead of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? So save a little bit of time. That's something you can apply throughout the game. Boom, boom,
Sparkle Bombs attack in a vertical pattern like that. So it's perfect for these enemies on this flanking. But we're going to Sparkle Bomb these right side enemies, okay? And since it is magic, it does now show. So that confirms what I thought. We can see that these guys are all inky. They're all dark elements. So light, Sparkle is light. Gonna do a ton of damage on these dudes. So we're gonna hit Sparkle Bomb, boom. Pistachio is gonna defend. We're gonna have some at least early battles. You have people defend so that they're alive later to heal or do whatever else. Pistachio is probably not gonna do much damage. He's not very strong. He doesn't have any equipment on either. Got to mention that. So we're just gonna have him defend. Okay. Mallow is also going to defend. Although, why is Kirsch going first? Did I do something wrong? We'll have to find out. But it makes me wonder. I didn't skip any menus. Or I didn't skip this menu. We unequipped the clogs on Arancia. I remember running through this my first playthroughs. Patch equipped the silver ring and Kirsch equipped the silver ring and wooden clogs. So what have we forgotten with Mallow? We go back. It would have been right before Snow Hair. All we did was equip Beast sticker on the helmet. So it could just have to do with speed stat, random speed stats. That's my hope. Let's just hope that's what it was. But normally it seems like Mallow would go first. And if she did, you would defend. Pistachio's gonna die or might die. Don't worry about bringing back, just like during the first boss or second boss. Any boss, really. Kirsch is gonna throw the second set of Sparkle Bombs on the left side. These are gonna one-shot. These guys are gonna get one shot and done. Okay. Now it's my turn and I'm gonna defend. Arancia is also gonna defend. Okay. It's gonna be a lot of Blueberry and Kirsch attacking during this, just so you guys know. With Petch healing, everybody else defending. Remember, we only have one Wakey Tail. And unfortunately, we don't have as many green frogs as we should. And Blueberry's going to do Blue Cascade on the right side enemies. I wonder why. Maybe there's an instance where it low rolls. It's... Oh, I see. Because it's going to hit... it's gonna hit Dab Hasnell. Yeah. I guess it doesn't matter. Alright, let's see what happens. One shot. One shot. Defend, defend, Blue Cascade. Alright. This is where you take turns, I think. With Petch, Defend or Kick, Smile or Gummy Frog to keep people alive. Yeah. So, Petch has this magic called Angel Smile. It uses up all of her MP. Of course, you regen a little MP each turn. And she has a fairly high... She has probably a higher MP percentage region than other people. So what you can do is you can alternate between Smile and throwing gummy frogs. And, you know, that way you're not wasting gummy frogs and you're letting your MP heal back up. So before I use a frog, I'm going to go ahead and heal Mallow. She's in the front row and she's already below half. Okay? Otherwise, I would defend. It says or kick, so you must be able to kick from the back row too. I just didn't think you could for some reason. Maybe I'm thinking star sign. So heal. Pistachio going to continue to defend. Hirsch is now switching over to Hot Grill. I'm going to defend because my magic, me and Pistachio and Arancia's magic probably just does one. You know what I mean? So we're relying on Blueberry and Kirsch. Yeah, Arancia defend, and then keep doing Blue Cascade. I'm gonna hold A. Okay. Great. This time, I'm gonna defend. Let's kick just for fun. See if it works. I guess I wouldn't be able to do it. I don't know. Kick, defend, Hot Grill, defend, Blue Cascade. Yeah, I was able to kick from the back row. Cool. Oh, that's the other thing I forgot to tell you guys. This thing's horrible. And it will do this paralyze move. Actually, it's like paralyze and poison. It's just poison, but like you're paralyzed too. But as you can see, that's something that's something that can happen to Mallow. It can happen to anybody, and it really sucks. So if that happens, you need to heal. You need to keep healing with Patch because you might lose a character you don't want. Luckily, it's Pistachio and we don't really care. So let's defend. Or we could, since we waited a turn, we have enough. So the way it works, Smile is like, it's going to use all my MP. But now instead of like 30 MP, I have 10. Whatever I had. What did I have? Oh, 53. So I used up all my MP, and it regen 10. That's kind of cool, but it heals based on how much MP you have. So we're not going to we're not going to be able to do a full heal or a very good heal, but some is better than none. So I feel like to protect Blueberry, we should go ahead and just heal Arancia. I'm going to do Hot Grill, defend, Blue Cascade. Yeah, I did 12. See, so it's good that we healed her. Okay. Now, 12, huh? Let's see how much she has. She only has 10. So she might die. So, to be safe, we should probably throw a frog on her. Hot Grill, defend, Blue Cascade. Yep. Keeps her alive. It just keeps Blueberry protected. And now we're back to 10. Let's Smile on her. This is the rest of the battle. Is what I'm doing right now. Protect Blueberry, Kirsch, and Mallow. Hope you don't get poisoned. Okay. Fine. Okay, it's getting lower, so this feels good. At this point, I would probably defend. And then smile on Mallow. Okay, fine. Okay, this is good. And then, yeah, we don't need to worry about bringing Arancia back. So at this point in the game, I might just go ahead and kick for an extra point of damage. Hot Grill, defend, Blue Cascade. Okay, Patch is dead. We can't waste a Wakey Tail, and it's dead. So that's how the battle kind of goes. Oh, we got an extra Wakey Tail. Very nice. Got an extra pair of cleats, too. Now, I think we're going to lose Petch. Couple of... Cool. All right. Tortilla. Smash through the cutscene. Blueberry joins the party. Go looking for Lemon. Alright, so at this point, do another save state. At this point, we need to pick up some coins before we leave. We're gonna warp out here in a minute. No, we're not gonna warp out of here. My bad. We're just gonna pick up these coins and manually leave. So 2 aqua coins, and head out. There's a specific way to get out of here. You're gonna go south through this door. You have to hit A to open the door. Oh man, I really was hoping not to get into this battle. Let's see if we can escape. Again, movement really matters in this game. So, like, wow. So, like, you want your movement to be really tight. Because, like I said, the more steps you take, but it resets here. It resets at the next screen. See, I just messed a bunch of... I could get into another battle right here. Oh, my lord. Okay. Now we're going to come over here. This is another scary part. You can always get into battles. Why did I cross that out? Oh yeah, Amore bombs. So what you want to do here, I used to pick up this raggedy leaf here. We don't need this. We just hold upright like that and hit A, and you'll open that hidden chest. Boom. We need those more bombs. Those are like healing bombs. And then you hope to leave without getting into an encounter. Yay. And then you see Lemon, and you recruit her, and you warp out. Basically explaining here that lightning and water don't go together. Like, they're strong to each other or something. Lemon and I are good friends, but our magic doesn't have good synergy. Rainy negates the power of electric magic. When both Zappies and Rainies are summoned and Lemon uses electric magic, Rainy will cancel it out. Yeah, that's another thing. Spirits can cancel each other out. So let's say you called a spirit. You're hoping to get a combo and do good damage. Well, if the enemy calls an opposing spirit, it'll cancel out what you're trying to do. That can come into effect. Okay, so at this point, you would hit start. You would go to Memo, World Map, and warp to the Palace Doors. Remember, we made that pizza warp. And you're going to want to heal. Now, see, this is what I was worried about. So let's look at our frogs. We only have 5. That sucks. Patch will have heal. She'll need to alternate between frogs and heal, smile on the next boss. But if you run out, man. Oh. Do they want me to heal here? I'm sure they do. Yeah. You can heal before or after, but they want you to change formation. So Mallow is going to go behind Blueberry. And these guys are going to swap like that. Then you heal. And we're going to re-enter and hope not to get into any encounters. You can totally do it. Because we're going to go fight Poussin the Third. Kind of a rough boss. Gotta avoid these rice birds. And there's some fish to avoid. But you got Lemon with you. Again, it just takes time. And we avoided the fish, so that's good. These rice birds are a pain. So let's do another save. So this battle's hard. This is a slow grind. You want to say no here? Okay, this guy has insane defense, but he can only hit people in the front row. It's possible to have everyone alive. So, it's really important that Blueberry stays alive. Obviously, Mallow, you want alive. It's really important that Blueberry learns a particular spell after this. Which is, I believe, Call Rainy. Or it's the one right before it. But either way, you want her to stay alive. Get as much experience as possible. So the way this battle works is the first turn you're going to have Petch throw Thunder Bombs. Okay? They're at the very bottom. So you can just hit right once and then scroll down. Throw a Thunder Bomb on Poussin, right? Mallow is going to do Hawk Power. It's not going to do much damage. But it doesn't matter, because you're just trying to chip away and do everything you can to kill this guy. Okay? Lemon is going to do Thunderclap. Okay? And Blueberry's going to do Blue Cascade. And you just want to keep people alive with Petch. And keep doing that over and over. It can be a long battle. And he always goes last. He's slow. Okay. He hit her for 12, right? So here's the thing. You got to keep Blueberry at full health. This is why I'm worried about our gummy worms, and we may have to redo this. Reload an old save, get some more gummy worms or something. I ended up using too many. I mean, not gummy worms, gummy frogs. I ended up using too many frogs because I ran into that battle when I entered Cold Honey Palace right after getting a full heal probably because my movement wasn't great. So, and I had to use those frogs, right? So, I guess I could have, if I had been thinking, I would have, after that battle, gone and talked to him again and got another full heal. That's what I should have done. But shoulda, coulda, woulda. So, we'll just see how it goes, guys. I can't play that too much longer anyways. Hey, John, welcome in, dude. So we'll see how it goes. But you absolutely need to heal her here. And she needs to heal for full. Okay? Because he can hit her for 27 out of 29 of her health points. Let's see how much she actually has right now. So, Magic, Angel Smile. She got 29. So if he hit her with a critical, she'd be dead. And we do have one Wakey Tail. And that's what we saved it for. So that is a thing. But we only have one, right? So let's heal her. I'm hoping this heals full, and it should. And then we continue to do Hawk Power
Thunderclap, Blue Cascade. He's gonna go last. We'll see who he hits. He's either gonna... Ooh, that is perfect RNG. This is what you want. So, I guess it's Thunderclap that did that. Thunderclap can paralyze, and that is an ideal situation. Perfect RNG. That gives us some free rounds, right? So now, I can have her kick, okay? Even though it's not going to do much, it's going to do something. It's probably going to do 1. This either does 1 or 2. And then our big damages with these guys. So that's a free damage. 1, 2, 12, 9. Okay. Well, unfortunately, it only lasted 1 round, but that's good for us, especially since we're low on gummy frogs. So let's kick again, because everybody's at full health. Just hold A. He goes last, and he hit her. Okay? That's fine. She's got... We've healed up to 15, so we could do an Angel Smile. She has quite a bit of HP. But he's not going to kill her with 1 hit. So let's go ahead and heal her just to be safe. And hold A. Yeah, she only did 17. Okay. Yeah, see how he can hit her for 27? She's got 2 HP left. So now I'm forced to throw a green frog. That's fine. I'm almost gonna just kick and let my MP build up. Oh, critical of 2. Okay, fine. He hit her for 21. She's at 24. Got 15. Go ahead and heal her with that. Smile. Okay, he hit her again with a critical. I don't know that that's a critical, but that's a lot. Okay, so now we're forced to throw another frog. Okay. Okay, it's fine. I think, let's see. He's at 28. I need to learn some of these damages. I need to learn the most he can hit Lemon for. And I don't know. I know the most he can hit Blueberry for. She's the most important right now. So, almost want to roll the dice and kick. But you can also get into a situation where he hits her for 27 this turn, and now I've got 2 important characters low health. So, instead of... I guess it's all the same. I could kick or I could defend. I can't get hit by him. Kick, Hawk Power, Thunderclap, Blue Cascade. We're slowly getting down there. Yeah, 14. Okay, we gotta heal her. So, I'm only at 15. I could roll the dice, or I could throw a frog. So I'm gonna throw a frog. Keep her alive. Okay. Now she really needs help. So... But now I have 20 MP. So I could Angel Smile her to get her through. We have 2 or 3 more rounds.
Okay, and he hit her for the most. So I am going to green frog. It's okay. We're going to buy frogs after this, I think. And I do have a wakey tail. See who he hits. Okay. He's low again. So, I'm at 10. It's hard to know what to do. I only have one green frog left. So, characters hitting at 1, wouldn't they do more damage with physical attacks? No, physical's not very strong in this game. And, Petch can only hit with physical. She's a healer. All her magic only heals. And, magic is the way to go in this game to get most damage. A crit of 2, I know. Yeah, I know. Yeah. So, what do I do? It could still take 2 more rounds. It looks like he's just got a sliver of health. The thing is, we don't know exactly... well, we haven't been counting damage. If we were counting damage, we'd know exactly how much he had left. And that's what I need to do. But even though it looks so small, he has a lot of HP. In fact, let's go to Covopedia. Type in Puccine. Third? Is this the one? Yeah, 350. Second fight. Yeah, first fight. He's got 350. So, I should fight this battle again and count damage. Then I know exactly how much he had. Tyler, welcome in. How you doing, man? So, let's see what we got. I have a wakey tail. It's just complicated trying to figure out what to do here. I could use my last green frog on her. Okay. But that's hard. This is why you don't want to go in with this low amount of frogs. Let's see what happens. Yeah, see, it's going to take one more round. Okay, good. I'm glad he hit her. We're good now. We're good. Let's kick. Let's go all out. Kick. It should kill him. If not, we're in trouble. Yeah, nice. Cool. So anyways, that's how that battle can go. So we did it. So that tells us that... What do we have? 5 frogs? You can do it with 5 frogs. It's tight, but you can do it. So well, it feels a lot more comfortable if you have more than 5 frogs. And then what's she gonna learn? Well, that's her regular level up. We really want her to get a magic level up here. There's a magic level up for him. Her. She didn't get it. So that's not ideal, but it's not the end of the world. Let's see how close she is. So if we go to magic level, yeah, see how close we are? It's not ideal. We want what's after Acid Rain. I can't remember what it's called. It might be Call Rainy. Let's type in Blueberry. Where's her magic? Huh. How do we get to her magic spells? Huh. Here we go, magic. Magical vacation. Call rainy. Oh, it's not called rainy in here. What's it called? Call flow, maybe? Yeah. No, that's beast. Ah. Well, it's taking too long. Anyways. Yeah. So, the thing is, our next thing to do really soon is to do our magical grind. And that's... Oh, here it is. People are very full health. Clear Sparky. That's what it is. We don't need Call Rainy yet. It's Clear Sparky. Using that will help her gain magic levels. So we're this close to getting Clear Sparky. So that's how that works. And I can show you guys how to fix that. It just takes a little extra time than you would have used during the magic grind, which is coming up. But that's about all the time I have. We'll do a save state after this cutscene. Yeah, that's a tough one. Man, the air isn't working. Wonder why. Could be a bad sign. Eventually, yeah. The first step is we reached 50 followers on YouTube. So I said if I did that, I would do a Magical Vacation 80% tutorial, which I want to do. I'm kind of doing it now, but it's like, since it's been so long, do a save state. Save. And we're going to call this oh, we're going to call this tutorial practice Post. Hussein. We could pick up here next time. Yeah, I'm gonna do a tutorial. The incentive for 50 subscribers was Magical Vacation 80% tutorial. So, but I'm so rusty on it that it would be less awkward of a tutorial if I go through it first, you know? So that's kind of what I'm doing now, is re-familiarizing myself with everything. And we're going to do a proper tutorial for new runners, anybody that's interested. There is a new world record in Japan. I'll show you guys. $3:15:24. The last world record was 3:21. This is actually done on Switch. And yeah, talk about fast. All of a sudden, the internet's being weird. Rock Volnat. Goes by Rock. Done on the Switch Virtual Console type of thing, whatever it's called these days. You guys should go check it out. A little bit different route than I use. I use whatever Guno Kiwami used. It's very interesting. Doesn't pick up coins the way we do. Yeah, I haven't really studied it, but I want to. But fast, man. 6 minutes faster. So anyways, thanks for watching today, everybody, and we'll pick up there next time. We'll keep refreshing ourselves for a proper tutorial. But honestly, that was a decent, like, if you watched this 4-hour stream, you would have some really good insight into everything up until this point in the game. Hey, you too, Tyler. Good to see you. Have a great day, everybody.